Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider 2 Remastered, continuing the playthrough. Today is Tuesday and it'll be a split stream day, so in this first stream, going to try and get a few levels done, and then maybe in the next stream later actually get the rest of the game done. Hey there Ryu, how's it going dude? Welcome on in. Hey there Ryan, how's things been? Oh great Ryu, that's good. Glad to hear that you're going well.
Uh-huh.
Oh nice Ryan, that's good. Glad to hear that you're going well. You're about to finish up the current season of Division 2. Oh cool. Well, that's good. So how often do they do a new season in that game? Very often? Oh, good. That would help keep things fresh then. I'm going to change so that Lara has sunglasses on. Right, so tomorrow you will see what happens when you finish the final manhunt mission. Oh, cool. Well, hope it goes well. Hope you get some good, in-game rewards as well for that too. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome. That's true, I am early today. I think I might have to start doing early streams from here on out because I've got a lot of games to get through and I'm not happy with how slowly some of these games I'm taking to get through. Hey there, Sona. Must have been the wind. Must have been the wind. Thanks for redeeming that, Ryu. Thank you. So, now speaking of winds, you had gusts to 45 miles per hour last night. It's calmed down a little bit. Damn, that is definitely fast. That's good that it's calmed down. Ryan, because the current season has been crazy because how it started. You learn that one of the major rogue agents has survived your first encounter when you fought him. Oh, really? So you thought, oh yeah, maybe they're dealt with, but then they're like, surprise! Oh, I forgot. That's right. You can't do that on that part. You can't just, grab the ledge thing. Good thing I saved. Right, and you're working with him now, it seems. Hopefully there won't be like a betrayal or something. Maybe they've changed their ways. Hey, Amanda Nicole. How's it going?
Uh-huh.
Brian, you'll see, because you've already seen one of your major allies betray you in the past. Yeah, it's definitely understandable to be on your toes, to think that it might happen again. Hey there, Stan. How's it going? Is this a stealth challenge? It's not, no. They did add stealth to Tomb Raider Chronicles, which is Tomb Raider 5. But Lara can't just sneak up behind an enemy and hit them without actually having the right equipment picked up. Originally, with Tomb Raider 3, they were going to have Lara have a knife that she could use to actually cut ropes and, attack and all that kind of stuff, but they took that out. But the animation that they used for using the knife is still used, but it's used for when you're using the thingamajig in the mine carts to hit the levers with. Cannot believe developers didn't do this 20 years ago. Well, there were stealth games that used stealth in a way where it was like, if you stepped on a certain zone, an enemy would detect you. Like in Metal Gear, the original one, I mean. You might be alright if you entered the room, but if you took too many steps forward, you would step on a plate that would trigger the enemies to be like, "Oi!" Stanwell, you said 20 years ago so optimistically. It's a long time ago. The game is like 30 years old. Actually, that's a good point. I should start paying attention to that with certain games. Well, Tomb Raider 1 will be celebrating its 30th next year, and this game came out after Tomb Raider 1, so in 2027, this will be celebrating its 30th. Then in 2028, it'll be Tomb Raider 3's 30th. Then in 2029, it'll be The Last Revelation's 30th. And then in 2030, it'll be Tomb Raider Chronicles' 30th anniversary. Oh, really, Ryan? Division 2 is about to be 7 years old because devs behind Division 2 confirmed that you'll get year 7 of content. Oh, cool. So that would make the first game, that would have celebrated a 10th anniversary last year. Like, was it 2013 when that first one came out? Or was it 2014? Because I remember at the time not really knowing too much about a lot of upcoming franchises and stuff, like Watch Dogs and that. I didn't know Watch Dogs existed until I got my Xbox One in 2016. So I didn't really keep up with game announcements and stuff much. I like how these guys die. They're like, ahooga. Like they're trying to do the ahooga sound, but very slowly as they're dying. I like in the remastered graphics that they have like the little bit of crystallization on the ground, whereas in the original, as far as I know, yeah, in the original graphics they didn't have it. It's a nice little touch. It's getting an expansion, is it, Ryan? That's cool. Well, it's good that if there's a game that has a player base that's still interested, that they still release content for it. Which for Ubisoft is saying something. Captain Ryan. It's called Battle for Brooklyn. So what what sort of like, is it a global kind of problem that's happening in that game, or is it just in a certain part of the world? Yes, Dan. Ha hooga. It's a bit stingy. No items. All right. So the main game is in DC, Washington DC. Stan, is it because they died to snowmobile, or do they drop items randomly? I think it's just very specific ones do. That's actually a good thing to think about, though, because I don't really know which enemies actually have health items or other, and which ones don't. But I don't think it's randomized. And I don't think killing them by snowmobile ruins whether you get anything from them or not. I'm not actually going for all secrets, but I was trying to get Lara to go over the edge. Right, and the DLC is going to be a part of New York. Oh, cool. Oh my god. There we go. Right, and to be honest, it's been quite a while since you got an expansion in Division 2. Well, that's good that they're giving one, even if it's been a while. Hopefully it's a good one too.
Uh-huh.
Hey there, Oliver. Welcome on in. How's your grunting going? Ryan, you're also watching Stalker 2 on YouTube. Never actually played the first one. I remember that the second one was being hyped up a lot, so I don't know if it's been a good sequel or not. Oliver, you're grunting so hard having to go to work. Hi ho, hi ho. It's off to work you go. It's so funny, like, there's so many things that are in the public domain that some people might not know about. So potentially there's a lot of things that you can use that for and come up with your own version of it. You can't do a version that someone else has done because they create a copyright, of course, because their work, while based on something that is public domain, they're changing what was in public domain to make their own unique take, and so that unique take then becomes copyrighted, but the original source still remains public domain. So characters that have actually entered public domain that were, in their original versions, Mickey Mouse, for example, like anyone can use the original black and white Mickey Mouse for their stuff without getting permission now. But you can't do like a version of the character from, say, like the 70s or something, or other versions of the character. You can just take the original black and white version and do what you want with it. Um, Things like Popeye has become public domain now too. So you could literally do your own Popeye game, your own sort of like Popeye movie. You could do a Popeye movie set in an alternate universe where there's these aliens. You can do whatever you want with that original version now, but you can't take someone else's adaptation and then just do that version. So if people are looking for something that they can turn into their own thing without having to get any, pay any copyright or something like that, you got those works in the public domain that you can do things with. Ryan, you're taking a break from playing Dragon Ball: The Breakers because you finished with ranked and your max survivor level. And my goodness, it was stressful ranked, you mean? Oh, was it, Ryan? Yeah, that kind of pressure too. Like, it's understandable as well if after a while you just want to take a break from that, and play other stuff.
Uh-huh.
Ryan, you reached the highest rank, which is Z5. Oh, very nice. That's cool. That's great to reach the highest rank in something. Right, it's not that hard to reach with Survivor, but it's more stressful trying to reach it when playing Raider, because one loss and you have to work harder. Oh, that'd be annoying. Very annoying, yeah. Imagine it would be. This is the Jabba the Hutt key. Ryan, it's very anger-inducing. I imagine it would be. Yeah, anything where you can sort of like potentially lose any advancements you made. That's just a secret. I'm not actually worried about getting those. Right, because survivors have a very strong passive that gives you back 30% dragon change, dragon charge, back every time your barrier gets broken by the raider. Yeah, that's the thing too. When you're up against types of skills that can be used that give someone like that kind of advantage. Hey, arcade guy, it really is. I'm so happy. When these remasters came out, I was hoping that they would also remaster the next 3 games after, and was very happy when they said that they were. So very much looking forward to that remastered trilogy coming out as well. right? And you even have it and you know how to use it to its full potential. That would definitely help as well, knowing the ins and outs of what the strengths and weaknesses are. Arcade guy, very curious. Angel of Darkness. You have a feeling it's going to feel brand new game with new update. Oh yeah, because I think too they're adding some content that was cut from the first version as well, which I also like when they can do that. Um, I was also interested in what they're going to do if they're going to keep the strength mechanic, if they're going to keep it the same as it was in the original, or if they're going to be able to actually make it how it was intended to work originally. Because I think with the original version, they had a very advanced system for that leveling up system, but when they had to actually release it, when they did, they had to actually gut a lot of it apparently, and what's left is all they could leave to still have the game function, because a lot of the stuff was built around that. So I don't know for the remaster if they're going to that extent, or if they're just going to keep it the way it ended up originally. But it's one of those things, it can be quite strange, because there's something that you need to push, but to give Lara enough strength to push it, she needs to open something difficult to open. And it's kind of like, it feels a bit sort of like restrictive in that sense. So I think originally it was supposed to be a better system where it would actually feel better to be upgrading Lara's thing. So they probably had to add some elements to interact with to increase the strength to a certain point or something like that. But yeah, in any case, it's definitely great that that's getting a remaster too. Like I know there's been a lot of fan stuff which has helped the original version, which is awesome. For people who don't just play on PC, it'll be good for them to have like a console version of Angel of Darkness as well. To at least have one that actually works well. Alright, I wish I didn't have to use that health kit, but so be it. I hate using health kits, especially when I'm close to the end of the level. But if I wanted to, like for those people who do the playthroughs where they only use health when it's literally impossible to progress without it, because there's certain spots where you do have to take damage to actually survive. Oh no, actually no, even they don't do it that way, that's right. Oh man, that'd be so difficult. Having to make sure that you get through every single section without taking too much damage so that you have enough health left by the time you get to that point in that level to be able to drop down onto the boat from that height. Arcade guy, yeah, because the control didn't feel good for Angel of Darkness. Like you used to tank controls, but for some reason it felt so off compared to the PS1 Tomb Raider games. Yeah, arcade guy, that was the thing too. Like there were certain things that you could do in the games before it, but you couldn't actually do anymore as well. So it's good that they're actually reinstating the dual pistols. Like I know that some fans had already done that for the PC version, which is great and all, which is definitely awesome. For console gamers, though, there's no such way to do it. So hopefully, for the console versions of Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, they've actually done that. Ryan, for Survivor, you're very good at distracting the Raider and lots of people in Drag Ball. The Breakers know that. Your rep in Dragon Ball, the Breakers is very high. Well, that's good, Ryan. That it's high, That's a good way to sort of like go in a game where you have different, players and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, mammers. Welcome on in. How's things going? Arcade guy, you're excited to go back to Egypt in Tomb Raider 4? Oh yeah, that's my favorite game still in the series. It's going to be great to see all the locations in the remastered graphics in that game. I'm very curious too because there's things that I didn't realize were originally intended in some of these games, but were cut out, but then later put in one of the later games. So I'm actually curious to see if there's anything like that in 4, 5, or 6 that we ended up seeing. Well, I mean, maybe not after 6, but at least in 4 and 5. I wonder if there's anything that was added in those two games that didn't actually carry across into 6 that was originally intended as well. Um, but one of those things that I didn't know was originally intended for Tomb Raider 3, for example, was the ability to roll out of crawl spaces. Like, I didn't realize that they were going to put that into 3, but then they took it out, and then it wasn't until they implemented it into Chronicles that it came back and was in Chronicles and Angel of Darkness. So I was very curious about whether there's something similar with the other games too, because for the remaster of Tomb Raider 3, they added the ability to actually do that out of crawl spaces. So it's really cool when that kind of stuff gets put back in the game as well. Ryan, lots of people give you the Dragon Balls because they know you're very good at stalling the Raider of the Super Time Machine. Well, that's definitely good too, that they have that trust and that confidence in you too, as well. Because that's what I imagine, like, especially if you get to the level where you're really high ranked, is that people are expecting a certain level of sort of like, I guess, seriousness to your approach as well. Where if someone starts to be an idiot and do stupid things, then that would actually be seen, obviously, as a bad thing. So for those who haven't played this game before, if you intentionally or you accidentally shoot these monks, for the rest of the level, if you don't reload your save to before you shot them, they'll keep on attacking you as well. So I like to make sure that I don't attack them so that they can help me, because there's a lot of enemies that they can actually help you with. Arcade Guy, you find it funny too because Tomb Raider 4 was very inspiration from the Mummy movie. Yeah, it's really cool that they came out the same year because that was one of the reasons why I got into the Tomb Raider games was because of playing the demo of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, and I had the PC demo, and you'd think that I would get the game on PC, but I was definitely more of a console gamer, so I basically got the game on PlayStation 1 instead when I first got that system. And that Mummy movie is one of my favorite action adventure movies. It's right up there for me with the best Indiana Jones movies as well. Um, but yeah, those two things from 1999, The Mummy and Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, they're a great sort of like companion piece too. So if you're a fan of movies and games that are in that genre, it's a good double whammy. Mammers, you're doing great. You're enjoying these remasters. Great to hear that. That's awesome. And yeah, I don't blame you. It's good that they remastered them. It was one of those things where like I was doing the PC versions for a little bit because I used to when I wasn't a streamer, I would do the PlayStation 1 version of those Tomb Raider games, but my PlayStation 2, which is all I had, I didn't have a PS1 anymore. My PS2 died, so for a few years there, I couldn't actually do my annual playthroughs, which was annoying. But when I got a PC and I got things sorted, I was able to actually stream from that. But it's good to be able to just, do the console version. I'm much better with just streaming the console versions of stuff anyway. You just load up your game, start your stream, and then boom. And so I enjoyed these remasters, and it's good because when I do my annual playthroughs now with Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, I just switch to the old school graphics and play through the whole game that way, just to keep the tradition. But for these playthroughs I'm doing in the lead up to the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, I just wanted to stick with the remastered graphics. Oh yeah, Arcade Guy, you meant Inspired, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a great movie. I haven't seen that for a very long time though. But the last time I watched it, I kind of did a marathon of movies of a similar type. Like I watched The Mummy, and then I watched the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time movie, and then I watched the first Tomb Raider movie in like a little mini marathon thing. And that was years ago now though. Yeah, Mammers, it is a good tip about the monks. I can't remember when I found out for myself that it was better to keep them alive because I don't really remember too much about the first time I played through this game and what I might have thought about certain things. You love console as well, arcade guy. I don't blame you, you know. But there's definitely some games where I'm like, yeah, it would definitely be better on PC, especially first-person shooter stuff, because it's much easier to move your mouse where you want to shoot than it is to balance and figure out how quickly or how slowly to move your control stick to make sure you hit the target, you know. Ryan, that's the thing too. People will hold on to one of the Dragon Balls because they want to become level 4, and when people do that, you just watch them get destroyed for being stubborn. Yeah, it can happen. You know, I've been there too, where I've been stubborn about something in a game, and the game has been like, well, you asked for it. Arcade guy, because you grew up on console since Sega Genesis era, but you love both works, PC and console. Oh, cool. That was actually a really good console, the Genesis. I never had one myself, but I had relatives who had the Sega Genesis, and it was good to play those games too because allowed me to become fans of franchises that were not on Nintendo. Because when I was growing up, I was really just Nintendo, you know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
These are probably my favorite levels in Tomb Raider 2 with the monastery. There's definitely some annoying aspects to these levels though, but still. Right, and they want to be the hero so bad, so you don't help them because stubborn people like that piss you off. And that's fair enough too, you know, and sometimes people need to learn the hard way on their own. Without someone, you know, swooping in and giving them a hand. I mean, you know, it'd be different if someone's struggling just as a result of playing the game and maybe there's something that's really difficult to do and they're willing to, you know, get help from other people and not be stubborn and be like, no, no, I got this, I got this. Arcade guy. Now, more you think of it, these games are Dark Souls or platforming games. They can be very, very unforgiving. And the other thing too is, I'd say that if people have never played these games before, even these remastered versions won't actually add it in, but there's no mini map. You can't just go into a map menu and see, right, this is where Lara is in relation to where the next objective marker might be or that kind of stuff. So you're pretty much just on your own, and there's a lot of areas that can look the same, and there's a lot of areas that have maze-like areas too, and then there's traps that you could trigger that you don't necessarily see straight away. Combine that with whether or not you saved recently, and it can create this situation where you may have to redo a whole section, a lot of stuff because you haven't saved. And even I will get to these points where I'm like, I'll just go one little bit further, then I'll save. And of course, that one little bit further is what kills me. And then it's like, oh great, you know. But yeah, these games definitely don't hold your hand at all. The remasters, the only way in which they give you some kind of help is in relation to items and like levers and switches to let you know if you're actually close enough to be able to interact with it. Because there's some stuff where it's not entirely apparent if you're actually close enough to something to actually trigger it. So they've got the option in the remaster to have like an icon appear to let you know when you're able to actually, pardon me, when you actually want to grab something. But for these remasters, I've actually turned that off because I don't really need it too much. But that's probably one of the examples of something they've added in the remasters to kind of help gamers who are more used to having some kind of way to know, okay, I'm actually going to be able to interact with this. Especially because some of the things can blend into the environment and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
This monk has trained for years to be able to clip through things. He's just like, there is no table. And his belief is so strong that in saying that there is no table, he can just walk straight through it. Just like there is no spoon. Arcade guy, for you after beating Remastered Trilogy, you've seen certain people play these games that never play these games, have a hard time, you're laughing. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely understandable too, you know, because you've also got how old these games are now. It's like with the Resident Evil games 1, 2, and 3, the original versions. If you're a gamer that hasn't really played tank control games before, it might feel a bit weird, and it could also feel like your thumb is getting sore because of having to move the directional pad and all that kind of stuff. Um, so sometimes when you go back to play these old school games, like I still remember what it was like to play these tank controls for the old school Tomb Raiders and the first three Resident Evils. So when I go back and play those games, it doesn't worry me that I have to use those tank controls. But for people who aren't used to it, it's definitely understandable if there's frustration that sets in as well. But I think the best way to think about it is if you want to go forward, it's always up. No matter which direction you're facing, if you want to move forward, then you move up on the D-pad. If you want to move down, you have to obviously change direction, otherwise the character will just back up, you know. So they call it tank controls, but it might be better for some people to think of it, if they've driven before, as just, you know, like vehicle controls. Like obviously you have to put your car into reverse to be able to go back. You can't just, you know, there's no way to just go back without doing that. So in these games, if you want to actually go back, you have to, you know, reverse back like that, or just turn around and then move forward. Ryan, and watching those stubborn players get destroyed by the raider makes you laugh because then you just spam the thumb up emote because you're like, good job, man, you cost the game for us. Yeah, that's the other thing too, you know, like I'd feel bad if I did something in like a multiplayer game to upset other people because, you know, because it could be the difference between a match going well and not. Okay, guy, you even see people play Resident Evil 2 Remake and where they play it's like they're playing Call of Duty or like, what are you doing? Yeah, just sort of like the guns blazing approach. Which I mean, you can definitely do that with those games, but there's also going to be some moments where that'll come to bite you in the ass, like with the lickers, for example. Because with the lickers, it's better to actually just walk around them if you can. Like, obviously, there's some parts where it's kind of tricky to walk around them, but going in guns blazing, you might alert the licker to your presence earlier than you're hoping, and then that could cause problems as well. It's like with Splinter Cell, like the old school Splinter Cell games. You could go in guns blazing, but the problem with that, especially in the first two games at least, is that there's no sort of like, there's no in for the people who play that way to be able to do it smoothly. In Chaos Theory, they introduced the ability to have like a shotgun attachment to your rifle, which could help players who just wanted to go in guns blazing. It just makes it more difficult because the aiming isn't 100% responsive in the way it might be in a first-person shooter, for example. So it might take slightly longer for Sam to actually even aim at the enemy, let alone be quick enough to aim in a spot that's actually going to give you a great shot to kill them, especially aiming for headshots and stuff. I fell for it. I fell for it. Completely fell for it. Oh yeah, arcade guy, Mr. X. Yeah, there's some spots, where you can sort of like cheese him a little bit. The doors farted. Okay, guy, I really hope Capcom bring original 2 and 3 on console at some point. Oh, that would be really good. I know there's like the PC version and modders have done like a HD restoration project and all that kind of stuff with it. But if you're only a console gamer, it'd be good to have something that is along those lines that can be enjoyed. Oh yeah, Ryan, that's definitely fair enough, dude. Thanks for joining and for chatting for a little bit. I really hope that you have a great rest of your day. And best of luck too with your Division 2. Yeah, Arcade, I only saw that yesterday, that trailer for the remaster of Onimusha 2. I was really happy because when they remastered the first one, I was like, I hope they do the others, because that's another series that I went dormant on for a little bit. I used to have the PlayStation 2 version of Onimusha 1, 2, and 3, but because my PlayStation died, I couldn't enjoy those versions anymore. So when the remaster of the first game came out, I was very, very happy. So I got that, but I was hoping that they would actually do the sequels as well, and it looks like we're going to get that. I wouldn't be surprised if they announce Onimusha 3 remaster and then Dawn of Dreams remaster as well, which would be good because I didn't actually play Dawn of Dreams all the way through. It's the only game in the series that I didn't actually play from start to finish. It's been ages since I played Onimusha 2, so I have literally zero memory of what the story is or how Jubei gets, chosen by the Gauntlet or by the Ogres. Like, I just don't remember because I've only played it once, and that was, early 2000s. So it's been a long time. A trilogy of games that I would like to see remastered is the Siphon Filter trilogy, the first 3 games that were on the PS1. They did other games on different consoles after that, but I really want the trilogy from PS1 to be remastered. Okay, Guy, you don't think Onimusha 3 will never get remastered because French actor, but then again, they did Impossible Way to bring back Marvel vs. Capcom Collection. Yeah, because the actor Jean Reno, who played the French character in Onimusha 3 that gets teleported back to Samanosuke's time period, they might have to clear some rights with him to use his likeness again. Let those monks take care of those enemies. Okay, Guy, but you're excited for the new one next year. Me too, as well. That's the other cool thing, that they've revived it in more ways than just remastering the older games. It's cool that they're doing a new entry. I'm very curious to see how it's going to play out too, as well. There might be a little bit more of a focus maybe on one-on-one fighting. Maybe something along the lines of like Ghost of Tsushima, except of course having multiple enemies that will still attack you at once. But I mean to say like more like a duel kind of thing. Hey there, Anemone. How's things going?
Uh-huh.
The voices, dude. Yeah, the sound effects of the monks. Aww, Nandai. They're so good, these monks. Very handy to have them fight the enemies.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, we have a monk that died. 2 died. Did all of them die? That were in that group? I think there was 3, so that was 2 dead bodies there. And I'm not feeling super safe. Oh man. Just what you need. Or just what you don't need, rather. Oh really, Anemone? It's not your neighbours this time. You have a screenshot of why. Ah, that's fair enough, Anemone. You know, that can be difficult too, you know, because if you're in the comfort zone and then having something that makes you, you know, not feel safe.
Uh-huh.
Oh, absolutely, Anemone, for sure. Yeah, no. Definitely go and get whatever, you know, assistance you need with people that actually have the knowledge behind knowing, you know, how to handle things and also how to help out and stuff. Arcade Guy, crazy to think they can fit Tomb Raider 4 and Angel of Darkness in one game, as no Chronicles was shortest of second trilogy. That's true. Yeah, Chronicles overall is very, very short in the old school games in the series. I like to call the really old games old school, and then the Anniversary Legend Underworld games old school, because of how much time has passed since even those games came out. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. How's it going today, dude? Exactly, Anemone, yeah. Arcade Guy, Tomb Raider 4 and Angel of Darkness are long. That's true. Yeah, they definitely are long games. A lot of levels. And the problem is the knowledge is extremely rare, and as well as finding those that are willing to do it, well, that's the other thing too, as well. Especially with things that you need someone who's literally there to be able to help too. when some wild-eyed, 8 foot tall maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your favorite head up against the barroom wall, and he looks you crooked in the eye, and he asks you if you paid your dues. You just stare that big sucker right back in the eye, and you remember what old Jack Burton always says at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, Jack? Yes, sir. The check is in the mail. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that from my favorite movie, Big Trouble in Little China. Thank you, dude. It's been a long time since I saw that movie. I should actually change that. It's just, I don't know. There's just something magical, pun intended, about that movie. And it's amazing that it got made. And it's funny too because the original script was actually a Western. So instead of a guy in modern times getting his truck stolen when he was visiting his friend, it was actually a cowboy who got his horse stolen, and it all added like the magical, mystical stuff. But then they changed it, of course, to be modern day back in the 1980s. And I've always wondered that if they were going to do some kind of reboot or remake of Big Trouble in Little China, don't actually do a remake of it as it was. Don't set it in modern times, but do a remake it as a Western. So that way you can still get a lot of the same kind of like situations, but in a whole different time period to give it a whole different feel. So it's definitely different to the original version as well. But thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Gote. And Amon, yeah, you don't want the effects of it in your life anymore. And also you're so damaged you hardly function in your life. So that makes finding way harder. That's true at Amon as well, you know. And definitely need to get as much help as you can, and to get the people that can actually help too, that have the training and the expertise to actually help as well. Which, you know, it's obviously not easy to get these things in place, but I hope that you can get those organized and that you can have that help coming in. Ronnie, thank you so very much, dude, for the 36 months in a row. Speaking of cowboys, well, Dr. Ronnie isn't a cowboy, but when he's streaming Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2, he wears a cowboy hat, so that counts. Howdy, how's it going, dude? I hope things have been going well for you. I hope your year has been off to a good start. Mr. Gote, you love the movie too. Same with Labyrinth. That was a good movie as well. I think they were going to do a sequel at one point. They still might be, but I don't know what they do now. And David Bowie, of course, is passed away, so they couldn't have Jared. That was his name in the Jared the Goblin King, wasn't it? I think they can't have him come back. So I don't know. Sometimes it's just best to leave things as one movie. It'd be like doing a sequel to The Princess Bride or something like that. It's like just leave it as one movie. You don't need to do sequels. Okay, Guy, you think after the second remaster they do reboot Tomb Raider trilogy for remastered Tomb Raider Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld? I wouldn't be surprised if they do Arcade. Like, I feel like there's definitely some things that could be fixed with some of those games. The one that I think needs the most attention is Underworld in regards to its camera, because I think that game has a shocking camera. And one of the reasons why is when you're actually aiming at enemies, it's cool that Lara can independently aim her pistols at multiple different enemies at the same time. But when you have those bugs that are one-shot kills and you have them spread out across your field of vision, the camera goes boom, 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 darts all over the place, and it really is jarring. So I think they should fix that. Make the camera actually pull back a bit so that all the enemies are on screen, and then have Lara's hands move direction to aim at each individual enemy that's in her field of view. You know, so I think they need to pay attention to that. So I'm hoping they do remaster those games. Like there's probably some stuff in Legend and Anniversary that they could remaster, but for me personally, the one out of that trilogy that I think needs some changes is definitely Underworld. I really like the story. The music's great. I like the level layouts. I like the tone of the story and all that kind of stuff. But the camera is really, really annoying. Even when you're trying to do something like do a run and jump across a gap, sometimes the camera will change on you before you do the jump, which then makes you flinch, which then makes you either cancel the jump too early or you commit to the jump when you could have cancelled, but the camera just threw you off whack, you know, or threw you out of whack. So I hope that they fix the camera in Underworld. but also put back the content that was only in the Xbox 360 version. Because there's some DLC that is only in the Xbox 360 version, so hopefully they'd add that too, as well. Anemone, yes, thanks. Oh, that's no worries at all, Anemone. So Taka, is it Taka or Taka? So that also means thanks. Well, thank you, Anemone. Ronnie, things are going well. You just got back from a writers' conference. You're very close to locking down a literary agent. Fingers crossed. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That is awesome. Fingers crossed as well. That'd be great. So, getting a literary agent. So, do you sort of like just send your work to multiple different agents and they assess it, or is it more like a word of mouth thing where you might have someone say, "Yeah, I read this person's book, and I really like what they read. You should actually read this book," and then they read your book, and then they contact you? Like, what? How does it work? Okay, Guy, you're going to say how you feel about Dark Tomb Raider games from 2013 to the third game. Oh yeah, I'm actually a fan of both versions of Lara. Even though technically there's three, there's the first six games Lara, and then there's the Underworld like trilogy Lara, and then there's the reboot one from 2013. But I like both of them as well. Um, so I sort of like
Uh-huh.
the analogy I use. It's like I'm the child between two parents, where one side of the fan base hates the old games and one fan base hates the new ones, and I'm in the middle, like, stop fighting. It's like I like both. So yeah, I like both of them, but I do definitely feel that they should have actually given Lara the dual pistols as an actual thing that she uses in gameplay, for like the whole game. You know what I mean? Like, obviously in the 2013 game, she uses them temporarily when she's shooting Matthias. But I mean to say, they definitely should have had the dual pistols for her in Rise of the Tomb Raider, you know. So I can understand that side of things where it's like, why didn't you actually do it? Like, if they were worried that the unlimited ammo was unrealistic, it's like, look, you're still making a video game at the end of the day, so video game logic is still going to apply. And besides, just because the dual pistols have unlimited ammo doesn't make them OP weapons or anything. It just means that you don't have to worry about getting ammo for them. But in the reboot games, if you had the dual pistols as an option, it'd be really cool. And then obviously, higher powered levels would need better weaponry to actually deal with. So then you'd switch to different weapons, just like in these games where if the dual pistols aren't strong enough, you choose a different weapon.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Dr. Ronnie, at the conference you had a meeting with an agent. It's part of the purpose of the conference. You described the book and why you wrote it, and she asked you to send her the book. It's very rare for an agent at that level at the level of the person you spoke to for them to ask for a manuscript. That is so cool too, dude. Like, if that's something that's very rare, like, you got to feel good about that too, as well. Definitely says something about the quality of your work, and also too, like how you present yourself and all those other elements too that they'd be looking at. Arcade guy, you love newer one, but you did like the 2013 Tomb Raider 2013 a bit more. Oh yeah, that's definitely understandable. Yeah, I like all three. I've probably played the 2013 game the most, and that's not just because it came out first, of course. Even after the other two came out, there was definitely plenty of opportunities to make Rise the one that I played more, or Shadow the one that I played more. But I just like to replay the 2013 game a lot more because I really like how tight the story is in that game, and I really like the lore of the island and what happened in the history of it and all that kind of stuff. Sony, your COD clan leader is behind the stage director. The people who hire him tells him how they want the stage lighting, among other things. Oh, that's cool too, Sona. That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool to have people that are in that sort of background of stuff, so you can kind of like learn about the behind the scenes stuff. Dr. Ronnie, if the agent decides to work with you, it'll be her job to sell it and work out contracts and all that. Very nice, dude. He's hoping that they actually do take you on as their client, because that would definitely be awesome. Arcade guy, you love Tomb Raider 2013 because it shows this is what it takes to be a Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 2013 felt a bit like a horror and loneliness and a bit brutal. That's a good point too, as well. And I feel like those elements in the game series, if you're a fan of horror as well, they work out really well. And with those newer games, the 2013 one being stuck on an island full of murderers and Lara having to survive, I like that kind of story because it really pushes Lara to her limits as well. Which, as we know, the classic Lara, is constantly pushing herself to the limits and stuff. Now, granted, we don't get a lot of like internal knowledge about how Lara's feeling about a certain situation in these older games, but to think that this version of Lara never struggled in anything is a bit rich, So I think that even classic Lara at one point had to struggle through her life to get to where she is. It wasn't like click her fingers and she's successful. It's like, no, have to put in all the hard work and all that. And the other thing is too, people forget that she had to survive when the plane crashed, and that's one of the things that led her to become an adrenaline junkie because of the thrill of adventure and the thrill of danger and going to these locations on her own and all this kind of stuff, So all those elements, we just don't really see them in the games because by the time we play as Lara, she's already at that stage where she's gone through those trials that she had to go through to survive and get to that level, So, like, I'm not saying that the newer versions of the Tomb Raider games are prequels to these games. Like, some fans think they're prequels, but they're definitely not, because the two Laras are completely different backstories. Classic Lara, her parents are still alive. Reboot Lara, her parents are long dead. So that's a big difference as well between the two versions. But the classic version of Lara would have struggled through a lot of stuff, but we just don't see it because that wasn't part of storytelling with these games. They just wanted someone to feel like they were in the shoes of this really cool adventurer who was going to these dangerous locations that people who are playing the games probably wouldn't want to go in themselves, but they can get that feeling through Lara as a character in going into these locations, So I feel like Lara Croft is a really good vessel of a character too, for players to vicariously experience that stuff, so they don't have to put themselves in danger, but they can experience it through the character putting themselves in danger and all that kind of stuff, and the thrill of things, It's just that in the newer games, by that point, characterizations of characters and how they were portrayed was just different. There's a lot more upfront character actually revealing things and a lot more internal stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff that we hear Lara say in the reboot games is not her talking to herself out loud, it's her thoughts. And we hear her thoughts as her voice, So they use that tactic as well. But there's a lot more of that going on. But these old school Tomb Raider games, they didn't feel that was something that was necessary because it wasn't about that necessarily as well. Ronnie, you've been working hard on this for a couple of years. It is nice to see the seeds you've planted start to bear fruit. That's definitely great too, as well. All the effort and time, and, I imagine some sacrifices that had to be made along the way. It can really make those things feel like they were worth it, to be able to get to that level. Because, yeah, there'd be a lot of people that, don't get to that level that would love to, but, for whatever reason, they're just not able to. So it's definitely great that that's, where you're at now. And, hopefully with getting a literary agent, you'll be able to get to new heights and stuff like that. Did I say before going that I didn't? Where did I... Oh my god, Rod. Actually, it's not that far away from there, thankfully. Oh, Ronnie, how do you feel about the new AC game? Are you worried about some of the parkour changes? Yeah, because if you look at a lot of the gameplay footage, they tend to favor showing Naowei using her grapple more than they show her being on the ground and scaling a building from the ground up to the top. Like, I know there's certain buildings that have layers, and sometimes the roof of one layer is so far out around the edges that there's no way that someone could parkour up them without, using some other thing. But in other places, they don't really show her doing too much parkour. So I'm sort of thinking that maybe there won't be as many parkour things in that game, with Naowei even, as well. But I could be wrong. But my main concern is the story, in terms of, like, what are you doing with the wider lore of the series? What are the assassins doing in this game? What is this thing inside the box? What are you doing with the pieces of Eden? Are you going to be doing more fantastical, kind of stuff without actually delving into the actual technology behind how things are working? Or are you just going to stick with doing, like, the fantasy layer of how the character at the time perceives something? Are we going to have dragons flying around in the sky? Are we going to have DLC where you fight these mutated monsters? Like, what are you doing with the lore of the series? That's really my main concern, because apparently they have made changes retroactively to stuff in the wider lore. So I'm like, what have you changed? What are you doing? So that's definitely where I'm sort of at with that game. Gameplay-wise, though, I think it's cool that you can do things like go prone. And I think it's cool that there's, like, the ability to go underwater and sort of, like, stay underwater for a little bit, but use, like, a bamboo to actually use as, like, a snorkel. Things like that. That's all well and good. But it's like, what are you doing with the actual lore of the series? And that's what I'm sort of more concerned with. To the literal point where I don't care if I don't play the game ever. If I watch people play it and I find out what happens and what they've changed, if what they've done is retroactive in a good way, then that will be fine. But if it's retroactive in a bad way, I don't need to play the game to experience that. You know what I mean? So it just really depends. But I'm willing to not play the game myself to learn the story on my own. I'd rather watch people play it and see things like what the ending's going to be. Like, I literally don't mind. Like, if someone finished the game and they put a YouTube video that shows the literal ending, I'm going to watch it 100% to see what they've done. So be interesting to see. But I don't hold high hopes, because Ubisoft Quebec are known to try to undermine or subvert things in the series. They're also the studio that loves to play with the assassins and the way that they look, for example. Do you want your hood on all the time? Sorry, we don't like you having the hood on all the time. To the point where literally you will interact with an object with the hood on in gameplay, and in the small cutscene where you see the character do the actions, the hood is off. Like that mission where you have to change the fuses. If you have the hood on and interact with the fuse, the cutscene shows the character replacing the fuse without the hood on, and then it stays off. So you have to put it back on again in gameplay. All these sorts of things, which on the surface might seem like small things, but wider, it's sort of like, why are you taking that away? And some people might say, well, it's because of the time period, going around in a hood, people would think you're suspicious. But at the end of the day, it's still a video game. You look at the older games, like, are you telling me that Altair in Assassin's Creed 1, even though he's wearing a color that is similar to the priest's, are you telling me that a guard is going to completely forget what Altair looked like a few seconds before, simply because he's blending now with the crowd? Of course not, but it's a video game. There's certain levels of realism that I think that's fine to go for. But there's certain levels of realism where it's like, what are you doing? It's still a video game after all. It's not a movie. It's not an animated show. You're not reading a novel or a comic book. It's a video game. So there's going to be video game isms. There's going to be video game logic. There's going to be limitations as to what a character is going to do realistically, because gameplay-wise, they're not going to that extent and all that kind of stuff. Arcade Guy, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Older Tomb Raider Lara is a pro. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, because she's in her 30s when we get introduced to her in the first game. So she's definitely had a lot of experience. Ronnie, there have definitely been sacrifices in the amount of time you've been able to dedicate to streaming and play games. But Black Flag will always be an amazing game. I don't blame you, Ronnie, It's definitely one of those things where if you're doing something that you enjoy and you're striving for something that needs time away from streaming, then it's definitely great to go for that as well. Because you can always stream, but if there's something that you're really passionate about, it's good to not just ignore the potential to actually be able to do it, Mr. Gote, we're just going to put the pieces of Eden on eBay. That's all we need to do. But yeah, Dr. Ronnie, Black Flag is definitely great. Like, when I finished my stream yesterday, I rated out to a channel that just shows gameplay of different games, like walkthroughs and stuff, and they were playing Black Flag, so I rated out to them, and I watched the ending of Black Flag and a little bit of Freedom Cry, the DLC, because they were doing that afterwards as well. But it was so cool just to even watch the game being played a little bit, because I really like that game a lot. Simone5821. So this is another bot account, so I'm going to ban this Simone account. It was also created 20 hours ago. I've had multiple accounts with the name Simone in them, and I've got a feeling that the person who does this is actually watching my streams. So if you think you're pulling the wool over my eyes and making me think that it's actually a genuine person, it's not working. So go to some other channel and put your bots through there. Otherwise, stick them up your fucking ass. Mr. Goatee, waiting for all the Rod Rage quits for a new game. That's true. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, look, separating the lore of the series from the actual gameplay, like, when I play Odyssey, for example, like, I know that they've ruined stuff, but I still play it because there's still things about the story that I actually like. And I feel like there was potential there to really do something good with the wider series, but I'm still going to play it. So potentially with Shadows, I could get to that point. It just depends on what it is. I'm at the point now where I need to know before I commit to even, buying it. Not that I have to buy it, because it'll probably be on Ubisoft Plus, so I could probably take advantage of that, but still. So now Altair jumps off a roof and lands in a pile of hay. Crowd doesn't bat an eye. Jumps on top of a fence post, and the crowd starts asking if he's crazy. Exactly, Sona. That's true. Exactly. Yeah. So these are things, because it's a video game, Like, there's parameters within which you work, because it's a video game, Lucas Simone loves you. Yeah, it seems to be like that. But they're not very, subtle with their bot names either, They may as well put Twitch bot as their name with a number afterwards. Because putting the same name multiple times with numbers after it, and putting numbers after it at all, you know what I mean? Like, pattern recognition, If you start to see the same things but slightly different multiple times, then there's a good chance that there's something there to investigate, and have a look at. But yeah, I don't think it's just some random bots that scour the Twitch channels. I think it's someone who actively watches the streamer when they're actually streaming and then activates the bots in that channel, because they know that the person is streaming. Like I had someone follow me with the name Tomb Raider in it, and I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I thanked them for the follow, but when I clicked on their account, it was a new account, and the logo was actually the same as one of the other bot accounts that I banned. So I was like, nope, banning you. So I know that it's actually someone watching the stream who does these things. It can't just be all random chance that a bot would latch onto a particular Twitch channel, you know. And I hardly see it in other channels either as well. So I think it's specific to my channel. But then again, maybe some other streamers on Twitch have had a Simone with different letters and numbers afterwards follow. Mr. Gote, just be like, come on, I want the fucking hood down when I want it down. Exactly, dude. PC gamers, though, there's a mod where they can have the hood on at all times, which is really cool. But for consoles, though, no such luck. Dr. Ronnie, Freedom Cry is great. Using a machete to chat with Slaver is always good. It really, really is. It's like, hey, you want to do this? Well, here's the consequence. This big machete. It's such a great DLC. I really like it a lot. So then again, looking to see if someone is on top of a roof and seeing them jump to safety is rare, while seeing a person being able to have perfect balance running on a fence would be easy to witness. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true too, as well. Hey there, Lidus. It's going good, thanks, dude. How about yourself? Sorry for the ping on Discord. Had to throw it in there. Oh, that's fair enough, dude. I'll have a look later. I didn't actually notice that you posted in Discord, so that's all good. I hope things have been going well. Lucas, it's been snowing here all day. Oh, has it really? Yeah, we've had storms about even today, but today I was like, fuck it. I'll risk my power going out or this or the internet going down. I need to make progress in these games on stream. Lidus, oh yeah, so Ronnie's going to bed. That's all right, Dr. Ronnie. It was good to see you in chat, dude. I really hope that you have a great rest as well. So Dr. Ronnie is streaming every so often at the moment, but he's also a writer as well as a scientist, so he's definitely got a lot going on. But if you're looking for a streamer that is really fun to watch, can also be asked a lot of different questions about science and things like that, and you're looking for someone that adds a bit of fun to their games by changing what they wear on stream, depending on what the game is, then Dr. Ronnie is definitely the channel for you. He changes what he's wearing depending on the game. So if he's doing a playthrough of a game like Ghost of Tsushima, he might wear some kind of hat or some kind of clothing item that relates to that game, and then he'll change it up for doing a different game like Red Dead Redemption or Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. So he's doing a playthrough currently on his channel of Ghost of Tsushima, and he's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series as well. So definitely recommend. You're doing well, Lidus? That's good, dude. I'm glad to hear that. You got the graveyard shift, you need sleep, you can't sleep. That'd be so friggin' frustrating. It's like, just let me get to sleep. Come on. Ah, I've passed the 1,000 saves. It if you start a new game in this and then you save on a different save file, it still counts how many times you saved last time. So you can't separate the saves and how many save counts. So yeah, we've got up to 1,000. At the end of my playthrough when these remasters first came out, I had 356 saves. At the end of my annual playthrough, I had from 356 up to 750 saves, and now in this playthrough we've gone from having 750 saves the last time I played to now having 1,000 currently. So it's just crazy how many saves you can get. Oh yeah, Ronnie, that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Absolutely no problem at all. Hopefully you get some streaming in once everything is settled. Definitely, dude, and best of luck with that. Fingers crossed that you get that literary agent. They'll definitely open up a lot of doors for you and get you to that next level as well. You definitely deserve it, dude, especially for all the hard work that you put in and all the other things that you balance, doing that too as well. So hats off to you, dude, and I hope you have a great one.
Aha.
Great Scott! Oh, I love this line. Or even heavy. Is something wrong with the Earth's gravitational pull in the future? T-800, you are a stupid cyborg. You won't understand that shit.
Thank you, Lidus, for redeeming that Bane impression. Them's their fighting words to Arnie. It is a great line. I really liked Back to the Future a lot. I feel like if there was ever a movie that felt like everything fell into place when it needed to make it be the way it was definitely this movie. Because sometimes you get movies that they get done and they get made, but they don't really resonate, or they don't have, a great story, or something ruins the movie and so it ends up being a bad movie. But everything I feel that fell into place for Back to the Future did so because it was meant to be, you know. Such a great movie, such a great example of storytelling, such a great example of showing a character going from one point in their life to another with new knowledge, all that kind of stuff as well. And it's got a great soundtrack too. And it's another one of those things where it could have been like a very low budget B grade sort of like, time travel horror movie and all that kind of stuff. But it's just definitely a really good movie as well. Gladys, there she blows. She turned into shawarma. Literally, shawarma Croft. Shawarma Croft. Hey there, Geralt. Greetings to you as well. How's things going for you today? Lucas, does it snow where you are? No, definitely not. Gladys, well, they made a game. If you play it, you'll love it. It's a point and click game. It feels like Back to the Future 4 movie, but it's a game. Yeah, the one that he goes back to like the 1920s and sees yet another different version of like of Emmett Brown, like sees him when he was like a teenager and also sees like Biff Tannen's like father or grandfather or something like that as well. Yeah, it's actually a really good game. I streamed it one time a few years back, but they did a great job with it. Look, you didn't think so. Yeah, but it's one of those things too where like different parts of the world have so many different weather patterns as well sometimes. But it's the key is smaller than the whole, yet it unlocks. Exactly, dude. That was the funny thing about the scale of stuff in these old school games. The the panel around the keyhole is so big. You know what I mean? It's like why did it have to be that big? Hey there, monk.
Aha. Aha. Aha.
Oh, the answer was no, Sona, to Lucas's question. Geralt, so far so good. Just stopped by to say hello before he set off on the path. Very good, Geralt. I hope that things go well for you. Hopefully, you get a lot of games of Gwent done, and maybe sometimes doing some hunting. But more importantly, getting those Gwent cards all sorted. Sona, Laura's thigh gun strap reminds you of the calf straps on some of the higher end tuxedo suits for some males to keep their socks at the right length. Maybe they do the same for her shorts. Ah, didn't actually know about that, to be honest, because I've never
Uh-huh.
worn any sort of like, calf straps or anything before. But now that you mention it, I do remember seeing some people wear them.
Uh-huh.
Lucas, it's 12:29 at night and you're making mac and cheese. I hope you enjoy it. I love that stuff. It's absolutely delicious. Lucas, you too. You're hungry, so can't go wrong. Exactly. Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. Macaroni and cheese. So, you're pretty sure the calf straps was predominantly used in the Roaring Twenties? Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that's about when they were actually used. That's right, it is a key thing. I forgot. Forgot it wasn't just to push this thing. Where did I save it? Did I save it after getting the thing? Jesus Christ. So, in 100 years ago, you wonder if they'll make a comeback as generational clothing trend skips a generation or two. It could do, and just be repurposed to make it look different in some ways, but still keeping the basics of it that were the same. Lucas, you won't lie. You've eaten the whole box by yourself in one sitting. That's a big head. That is. There's a lot of big statues in these games. But I don't blame you if something's delicious like that. Lucas just has had longer on the noodles. Very nice.
Uh-huh.
Sona, although your favorite noodle dish is squid ink garlic shrimp scampi. Never actually tried that before. Not too sure about the squid ink. Man and Nicole, you can't with her screams, lol. Yeah, That's the thing too. Like even when you're going to land in something like water, Lara will still scream from the fall.
Uh-huh.
So in a thing, those trapdoors slam shut twice as ingenious. If the first slam doesn't kill you, the second slam will, as you have to let your guard down while the second slam's shut. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. The other thing is the sounds that they make start to layer on top of each other, which could make some people make it more difficult to listen out for the right timing too.
Uh-huh.
Oh, very nice, Lucas. That's cool. I really hope you enjoy your mac and cheese. Sona agreed. Adrenaline in your system increases the flight, fight, freeze response while lowering high thinking processes. Yeah, because I remember in the first and original Prince of Persia, there was a whole section where the whole corridor was littered with the traps that are teeth that close on each other. So you can imagine there's like probably 6 or 7 of them that are all making the sound at once. That you have to sort of like, in some ways, you need to not pay attention to the sound and look more for the sight of how they're closing and the timing for it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So no, they used the distance between the first and last trap and calculated on their closing time to make it seem as though they went off at the same time. Yeah. Thinking about the actual detailed things that they did. Lucas, when you were cooking, your mom's boyfriend came out of the kitchen with this look like, what the hell is he cooking this late? What are you doing this late with that food? What?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Lucas. It's like, what are you getting at this time in the morning? It's like just a midnight snack.
No.
Ah, it's the wrong... Jesus Christ. Alright, I remember now which door this key goes into. It can be a bit like Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, when he's in the Mines of Moria. How he forgets momentarily where they need to go next, so he has to sit down for a few hours and think about it. Here we go. Lucas, mac and cheese has been one of your favourites since childhood. Oh, very nice, dude. Yeah, I'd have to say the same for me as well. I remember really liking that as a kid, and still liking it obviously as I got older. Same with things like lasagna and spaghetti bolognese and all that kind of stuff too. I really love that stuff. Hey there, Tylee, and good morning to you, dude. We're doing well. Things are going good. Working more on Tomb Raider 2 Remastered. How's things with you, dude? Lucas, well, hell yeah, it's delicious, cheap, and plentiful. That's true. You know, when you can actually do that as well, can come in handy. Sona, ground beef for protein, macaroni as a binding with cheese as the binding agent. So good. Really, really good. Yeah, I could live off that if I could. Arctic Troika, thank you so much for the follow. Be right back in a moment. Lucas, next time mix some garlic in with it. It's so good. That'd be good to add to as well. Kylan, yeah, you've been enjoying the playthroughs as a lurker, but that's great. How's the tomb rating been going? All ready for the next releases? Thank you so very much, Tylan, for the lurking that you do as well. The lurkers are definitely appreciated too. Thank you so much for that, dude. Glad that you've been enjoying the playthroughs. I've definitely been going through a lot of games at the moment. I'm actually keeping tab of how many playthroughs I do this year to really see, because sometimes you get caught up so much in doing the streams and then I export them to my YouTube channel, and then after that process is done, can lose track of how many playthroughs I've done. So I figured I'd start to take note of that. But I'm definitely ready for the next releases. I'm so glad that they actually are doing it and that it's coming out soon. Very fitting time for when it comes out as well, because you've also got the fact that it's Lara's fictional birth date on the 14th of February. So you once use so much garlic in your cooking that when you sweat, you can smell the garlic undertones. Garlic would become an entity in and of itself, become self-aware. Lucas, you've got to be careful with garlic. It's really strong and can quickly be overwhelming. Yeah. Just like onions as well. Hey there, Arctic Troika. Welcome on in. Love to see the remaster version of this game. Grew up watching an older friend play this a lot
Aha.
at the PS1. Oh, very nice. That's cool to have that memory of the older versions of the games. It's really good that they get these remasters because I feel like sometimes, even though a game might be really old, it's still good to have a current generation console to play it on if you're like a console gamer, but also to have a re-release sometimes because sometimes like a PC version might not have everything that you would hope for and stuff. So, can be an opportunity to address that as well. Darling, awesome. Yeah, really excited for it. Just be nice if somehow there could be a Tomb Raider 7. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it does well enough that they decide to, because I really feel like you could have two of the different Laras in concurrent, like games that are happening at the same time in terms of like, here's one of the classic Lara game sequels, and here's a sequel to one of the newer ones. Because I think there's enough differences between the two that people could tell the difference. But yeah, I'm very hopeful that we could get some new ones, especially if they're done in the remaster graphic style. You're not the biggest fan of onions, though, Sona. That's definitely fair enough. Yeah, I don't mind onions in stuff, but I don't really go out of my way to put it in things, though. Tylian, thank you for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So, would you like Lara to get flame grilled? Would you like Lara to drown? Would you like Lara to do a neck break from a great height? What kind of rest in peace would we want to wish upon Lara? Tylian, the quickest option? Alright, so the quickest one would be to climb up here and then have Lara do a great dive to show how good she is at doing dives, just without haystacks or anything. There we go. Thank you, Tylian, for redeeming that. So now what's the European equivalent of Tylenol? Paracetamol? Yeah. Yeah, we have in Australia a few different kind of brands as well of that kind of stuff. Like we have Nurofen, which is one brand, then we have Panadol, which is another brand as well. Lara, always shooting windows out. What
Aha.
are you doing? Actually, no, Sona, I think you're right. It must have been the wind. The
Aha.
wind got Lara's hands to pull out the guns to then pull the triggers to actually shoot the windows. It's cool that they've been
Aha.
doing countdown videos to the release of the next remasters, doing like short videos with a little bit of music showing some of the remastered graphics gameplay of the three games in the next trilogy. Talion, out of
Aha.
Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, which is your favorite again? And has the remaster had any effect on your choice? Well, my favorite game in the whole series is Last Revelation, but I put this one as my next favorite, Tomb Raider 2. So out of the first three, I definitely think this one is my favorite. And the remaster hasn't really had any impact on that. But it has been great, of course, to see these games with the new remastered graphics, and it'll be good to see the other ones as well. But yeah, definitely Tomb Raider 2 would be my favorite out of the first three. So it's the random facts that your brain tends to remember. Yeah, I mean, it can come in handy because you never know when it might be needed as well. Like there might be an emergency situation in which not many people might know the correct thing to do, but if someone does, then that knowledge can be very beneficial. Or if you're doing something fun like playing a game of trivia, or coming up with like trivia questions and stuff. Talion, any particular reason 2 stands out over 1 and 3 for you, or is it just level design, setting, story, etc.? Yeah, I really like the settings in Tomb Raider 2. I really like how it kind of follows the trend that sequels do, where you might have, for example, to Star Wars: A New Hope, you might have Empire Strikes Back, which is a bit more serious, has a lot more at stake and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like Tomb Raider 2 kind of comes under that as well. And I really like stories that have a darker, harder edge and all that kind of stuff. But I also like the locations that you go to as well. I think it's really cool to go to like a ship that is capsized, that even though it's not a tomb in like the ancient sense, it's literally become a tomb in the sense of some kind of like structure or, you know, isolated location that is now years and years since it's, been used and all that kind of stuff. But I really like these levels the most in the monastery. I really like that too, as well. Plus, there's some similarities to this that are in Temple of Doom, which is my favorite Indiana Jones movie as well. But all three games are really good though. But yeah, 2 stands out the most. So just like the termite is the species that farts the most due to their nitrogen-rich diet from eating wood. So any wood-infested things by termites, you could say that there's fart gas in there as well. What am I doing? Stop doing stand and jumps for this one. It's a run and jump, Rod. Lucas, you call that ADHD brain. Sona, rural Alaska doesn't have the means for diagnosing ADHD brain, but you do have ADHD rituals you tend to follow in your penchant for numbers and symbols. Yeah. It's amazing, though, how the human mind can actually work, too, because creating sort of like connections and joining dots of stuff, and how you have people who like to do certain puzzles that really test their thinking, like Sudoku and all that kind of stuff. Or games where there's a complexity of what choices you make and what your opponent makes that early on could potentially determine an outcome, like in a game of chess, for example, where the move someone does could end up being what makes them either lose the match or win the match, depending. Alright, so I need 5 of those, so I've got 4. So there is just 1 more to get. Oh yeah, and that opened up to there. Which leads to there. Nice. Exactly, Sona. Yeah, simple jumps. Although there are some jumps where it can be a bit difficult to determine whether it's going to be a run and jump that's required or just simply jumping from the spot. And then you also get situations where jumping from the spot without holding down the button to make Lara grab can mean hitting your head versus Lara's head clipping through the thing, and all that kind of stuff. Sony, you wouldn't say you were the best player in chess, but you did respond to your opponent's moves. Yeah, chess is one of those games where, like, granted, I'd have to actually spend the time it takes to really learn it, but I just can't really dedicate that amount of time to something like that. Or at the very least, there's other things I'd rather put my attention to. So you guess you have a reaction brain type. Yeah, looking at what's been done and then being able to react accordingly. And then there's times where it's like, trying to think a few steps ahead.
Uh-huh.
For example, buying enough food to last you not just the day that you buy it, but potentially 2, 3, or 4 days afterwards as well, and trying to figure out, well, am I going to need this amount? If I do get this amount, is it going to be enough before I need to actually go and get some more, Then you get things in small ways, like you might see something that is teetering on the edge and is almost about to fall off, and no one else is seeing it, but you see that it's about to fall off, so you go over and make sure that it doesn't, things like that. Where the observation... But it's not always because the other people aren't smart enough to notice or to know, because there's a lot of cases where someone could simply be so focused on something else that is their task to do, that there might be something they're not noticing, that someone else who's not focusing on something to that degree can look at and go, yeah, I need to go over and fix this. Lucas, or depending on your mood, you might knock it down. Yeah, I have this image in my mind of this meme of this cat who is on the top of like a table or something and is shoving all this stuff off. And they've put captions that appear before each swipe that the cat does, where it's like, fuck this, and fuck that, and fuck this too, and all this kind of stuff. So that's what I always think about when thinking about things being knocked off of something on purpose. I want the knife, please. These prayer wheels. And how they're usually spun. There's an Eddie Murphy movie called The Golden Child, where every so often a child is born that has the potential to save the world, and evil wants to capture the child and either kill it or convert it to their side. And so Eddie Murphy plays this character who is hired to find missing children. So he gets hired to help out, and he doesn't realize straight away that he's getting into a whole world of mysticism and magic and all this kind of stuff. And there's a part where there's a prayer wheel, and there's a special knife that the villains are trying to get their hands on because it's a knife that can kill the child. And so Eddie Murphy's character, Yarrell, I think that's his name, is trying to get the knife first. And he takes the prayer wheel, and like a DJ, when he asks for the knife, he's like, I want the knife, please. Sona, Lucas, damn cat's lol. The cat's like, all this stuff that's on here, get rid of it. Even if you don't want it gotten rid of. Sona chat's thinking, wow, when Sona is replying or answering questions, he gives deep in thought. The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy. I actually don't mind that movie. Like, there's a movie that is very similar to some of the stuff in it, which is Big Trouble in Little China, which is my favorite movie. But that one, I would definitely say, is a better movie than The Golden Child. It shares a lot of actors between the two movies as well. Like James Hong, he plays the villain, David Lopan, in Big Trouble in Little China. And in The Golden Child, he plays one of the people that's on the side of good. And then you have Victor Wong, who unfortunately he died a long time ago now. But he was Egg Shen in Big Trouble in Little China. And then in Golden Child, he plays the father of this woman that goes to Eddie Murphy's character for help. I can't remember the character names, unfortunately. Then there's also... who is the other actor? There's another actor from Big Trouble in Little China who plays one of the Storms, who's also in The Golden Child, but as a villain. I think I know what their name is, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, Peter Kwong. He's also in Big Trouble in Little China as one of the three Storms. He was also in The Golden Child as well. So it shares a few actors between the two movies. Well, that's fair enough too, Sona. I mean, sometimes it just depends. Like, some people might only want to give, like, an answer that is very basic, which is fine. but some people might like to, give a bit more information. That's why I say to anyone who, is wanting to chat in my streams is like, if you need 10 to 15 words to say something to get the point across, definitely use those. Like, I don't, I don't mind if messages are long. Like, I'd rather people use as many words as they need to get their point across than not. Lucas, you like Harlem Nights? I never actually saw that one. There's definitely a lot of Eddie Murphy movies I never saw. That was one of them. I've seen some of his ones that weren't that great, like A Vampire in Brooklyn. Um, but yeah, my favorite movie of his is still Beverly Hills Cop, the first one.
Aha.
So you were just going to ask about A Vampire in Brooklyn? Yeah, like, it's been a long time since I saw it, so there might be some things that I thought was good. But I think overall it's probably not one of his memorable ones. There's also one that I saw that I thought was okay, but I don't think it's one that's probably his best, maybe, which was Metro. Then you got the movies 48 Hours and another 48 Hours, which it's been a very long time since I saw those. Lucas, and of course there's his classics like Coming to America. Oh yeah, that's a really good one, that one. Sona, hearing your voice, you've noticed that I'm holding back the R in Saw. Oh really, Sona? Yeah, I haven't really been thinking about how my words have come out as I've said them, so that's interesting. I'm not putting an R on the end of Saw. So that must be another ADHD thing. Yeah, I mean, also if you're listening out for something, like if I'm told to listen out for something, I'll be better able to actually isolate it and hear it because I'm aware of it being something that someone wants me to listen out for, you know. But if not, then I may not even pay much attention to it.
Aha. Aha.
And Lucas, so no, wait till he gets mad and the accent really comes out. That is so true, yeah. Because when I actually talk on stream and also respond to chat, there's a certain way of speaking that I've just naturally developed over the years of streaming. But when I actually swear, all that just falls away. Words that have ing on the end. Oh, that's right, I made the save here. I hate how it changed from how it was before I saved it. Where one of the enemies wouldn't actually hit me because they didn't start shooting yet. And then there's angles that they can hit you from that you can't.
Aha. Uh-huh.
Fine then, game. I'll not try. I'm just trying to get through without taking too much damage per enemy encounter, but I should have saved after the first time killing them. Oh, for fuck's sake, game!
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Alright, now this time, switch to the pistols, and then save. So you don't have to keep on doing the same little tiny bit over and fucking over again. So now, since you play the alto saxophone, you tend to listen to vocal cords or the spoken word. Oh, that's definitely interesting too, as well. Having to keep your ear out for that kind of thing specifically. Lucas, fuck becomes fack. Yeah. So now people tend to hide their accent, but in extreme situations they come out and present their accent. Advanced interrogation and looking for those clues. The computer AI is always cheating to work against the player so they'll play longer. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, all that kind of stuff is understandable. It doesn't make it any fairer. Lucas, see, now he's getting angry. Exactly. Good thing I don't turn into the Hulk, though, because that would be very expensive to have to replace everything all the time. So, for instance, you give a computer a six-sided dice. What is the computer's default chosen number? The answer is 4. Computer scientists agreed 4 is the most logical conclusion with one dice, while 7 is the best with 2 dice. Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Lucas, if you turned into the Hulk, I don't think you would be concerned since you're all the way in Australia. Well, I don't know if it's actually true to the character, but I know in the 2003 movie he can leap giant distances. Lucas, that's a long leap, thousands of miles. I guess doing multiple long leaps for however long it takes would be the thing. Hey there, Chandra Leaf. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome to you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. Hey, Daniil. Welcome on in. Hidden Nemo, welcome to you as well. The Cows 8. Welcome on in. Hey there, Nocturnal. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Hey, Daniil. You're kicking down the doors. Absolutely. Welcome on in. Thank you, everyone, for joining the raid. Nice to meet you. Saw you were playing Tomb Raider and thought I'd send some besties over. Well, thank you so very much. That's definitely appreciated. Trying to get through the game today. I'll be doing another stream later. I'll be ending this stream, not like right now or in the next 10 minutes, but probably within the next, I'd say, probably 15 to 20 minutes. But I wanted to get to a certain point. I don't know if I'll finish the game today, though. I'm kind of under a time crunch because I want to get Tomb Raider 3 finished before midnight on the 13th. So I can start my playthrough of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. Well, I won't be doing 4, 5, and 6 in one stream, of course, but I want to start Tomb Raider 4 once it becomes available for me after midnight on the 13th. Nocturnal, you've got this. Thank you so much. This is a really good game, this one. Chandra Leaf, oh cool. Good luck. You're so pumped for the remasters. Thank you for the good luck wishes. I definitely will need as much luck as possible. I don't blame you either. I just so happy that they're actually doing them. Because when they did the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, I thought, that's fair enough. Yeah, do the first 3 games. But I never thought they would do the next 3 after as well. It's always good to get treats like that. Nocturnal, you haven't finished 2 and 3 remastered either, but you did recently replay the OG, so fresh memory. Oh, very good. Yeah, because there's a lot of like ins and outs of these games that can be very sort of like easy to miss as well. Certain items or certain directions you need to go in first and all that kind of stuff. Kind of like becomes a bit of a maze as well. Actually, no, I want Uzis. I still find it so funny how when they die, they're like, ah, hoo, ga. Well, I hope you enjoy the other ones, Nocturnal, as well, because each one adds some new differences and stuff in what Lara can do and things like that. Chandra Leaf, same. So excited for AOD. You need to get some dinner and go to bed, but you'll lurk for a bit. Enjoy Tomb Raider 2. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much for bringing your people over, and I hope you have a great dinner, that you enjoy it, and that you have a good sleep as well. And I don't blame you for being excited for Angel of Darkness. It's going to be good to hopefully get some more respect to that game. Like, I know there's a big modding community for the PC version, which has been awesome. For console gamers only, though, it'll be good to have a version that they can just load up on their PlayStation or their Xbox. Are they actually on Xbox? That's something I never thought of. But it's good to have, like, a newer version that can be played on modern consoles as well. Nocturnal, yeah, you're super excited for 4 to 6, especially Angel of Darkness. It's going to be cool to see some of the cut content that didn't actually make it into the original. I'm interested to see how it's going to turn out. Because apparently there was a whole different level that was actually intended in a castle in Germany, but they actually cut it in the final version. So I wonder if they're actually able to fully reinstate that level. Because I've never even seen if there's any sort of like... I'm sure there probably is maybe some like snippets of footage of what the level might have been like and stuff. Like, I know there's a whole chapter of how, like, Lara was rescued after the events of Tomb Raider, Last Revelation, and all that kind of stuff, which was cut out of the original. So I wonder if that's going to be in there too. Off-World Devil, thank you so much for the follow. Thailand AOD is going to cook. Absolutely. It's one of those games that, in spite of its issues, there was a lot there that was really good that unfortunately gets overlooked, or it just gets, hidden under all the glitches and all that kind of stuff that was there. Nocturnal, you actually haven't finished 4 or 5 fully on your own before. You grew up watching your sis playing them, but she didn't let you play lol. You did start 4 and got halfway through, but never finished. Oh my god, could you imagine? You'd sell your soul for the full AOD trilogy. Oh yeah. That's what I'm hoping too. I'm hoping that it does so well that they're like, right, let's actually do some sequels with the remastered graphics to Angel of Darkness and see what they do from there, But that's interesting when that happens. You know, you have siblings that are like, nope, I'm going to play this. You're not going to get your hands on it. And thank you, Nocturnal, for the follow as well. Thank you very, very much. Sweet Potato, why was it cut? I think it was really just cut for time because of when they needed to get the game out. They weren't given a lot more time. I think if they were given a lot more time, they probably would have put that level in and maybe had some other things. But they also changed the whole leveling up system as well. Originally, it was supposed to be very sort of like in depth, but then they had to make shortcuts, but they couldn't completely remove it because there were still some things about it that apparently the game wouldn't be able to work at all without them. So they had to make some shortcuts. So the version of the mechanic that we get in the final version, I think they sort of had to make some sacrifices with where the upgrading of Lara's strength happened and all that kind of stuff. So, but I don't know if they're going to do that for the new version or not. If they're going to put all that in. Lucas, only Tomb Raider you've played all the way through is the one on the island. Oh yeah, the 2013 game. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. A couple of years ago, it celebrated its 10th anniversary. Sweet Potato, thank you so very much for the follow as well. Thank you very much. Nocturnal, you played Tomb Raider games when she wasn't home with no memory card in, so you'd leave no evidence. You almost got caught a couple of times, but she never knew. You just played the start of the games over and over. Makes me think of Onimusha, the first game. When I first played it, I didn't have a memory card for my PlayStation 2 yet, so there was a puzzle that if you don't solve it in time, you die. And so I was like, oh. So it took a few attempts, but I saw the start of the game quite a few times in that first playthrough. Yeah, Sweet Potato, it's really interesting to see what they had to sacrifice in order to get the release date. Like, I don't mind the system in and of itself necessarily, but there are some really, really frustrating parts of that game, though. You played through the first 4 as a kid, and you're recently playing them now with the remasters. You're halfway-ish through 2. 3 was the only one you could never beat. You're afraid of it, lol? Well, Sweet Potato, if you do play 3, it'll be good to see what you think about the full game as well, you know, once you get through it. It was kind of cool in that one how there were some locations that you could actually choose which order you do them in. Nocturnal, she eventually got you the classics for your 16th birthday, so you played through up to halfway through 4, then you just never finished, lost time and got addicted to multiplayer games. You were doing a casual replay of the 4th series before remasters were announced. You got halfway through 3, but it started lagging. Ooh, that's a shame that it did. It's really annoying when that stuff happens. You just want to get in there and play the game and enjoy it. But I've had games like that too, where I was playing it, and then I just never played it again after getting to a certain point. And it's not, necessarily because the game was bad, it's just that other games got my attention more. What the fuck, game? I could swear I didn't press the button twice to pull the fucking guns back out after shooting them the first time. There we go. Nocturnal, exactly. You're in a weird spot where you're not really gaming as much in general. Sometimes you just chill with DVD, but that's kind of about it. That's fair too. I think it's good to go for what you're really sort of like either in the mood for or what's actually grabbing your attention the most as well. It can be tricky sometimes for me when I'm streaming games because as much as I might be enjoying a game, I'm also feeling like playing something else. But I'm very much like, if I need to add a game to the schedule, I will, but there's just some games where I'm like, well, I'd love to also play this game, but I need to dedicate the stream time to these other games that I've already locked in, There we go. That's more satisfactory as to how much
Aha.
health I wanted to lose.
Aha.
Nocturnal, 100% love my ass off. That's you in books. You keep hopping between so many. No one is telling me you can't. Exactly. It's just like I'll read a few chapters of this book, then I'll go to this book.
Aha.
Get sort of like tired of one book. You can put that down completely and be like, right, I'll get to that in a few weeks. I'll read all these other books instead. Have that freedom to be able to do that. That bro is just spraying and praying. He's just like, I hope one of these bullets hits the target. At least one. Hopefully one bullet will be the one that's needed when shot to kill the enemy I'm trying to kill. It's funny in games too where you have these enemies that are kind of like, they're reckless. They don't really care about their own safety. They're just like, I'm going to completely run at this enemy's location. And you're hiding behind the corner being like, oh shit. I wanted to kill them without taking too much damage, but they've already started to get close, and now they're going to be forcing me to actually get out in the open. Ah, it's just a secret. I'm not actually getting the secrets in this playthrough, so sometimes I'm like, I'm just going to go this way, and then, oh, this is just where a secret is. I'm not really worried about that, so moving on. The funny thing is, though, if I actually was doing a playthrough where I wanted to get all the secrets and was focused on that, if I was doing it without using a guide, I would probably not at any point find that secret I just found doing a playthrough where I'm not worried about getting the secrets. It's like when there's something that goes missing and you spend hours looking for it and then you give up. And then the next day, you just come across it straight away because you're not thinking about finding it again. You're just doing something else and then boom, it's there. Yeah, Nocturnal, it's so annoying when it happens because you think to yourself, how come it wasn't something I could just see when I was actually really looking for it? Why does it have to be something that I just notice after the fact? Something I'm looking forward to doing, and I hope they can patch it into the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, is it'd be cool to actually wear outfits from 4, 5, and 6 in the remasters of 1, 2, and 3. And also, in the next trilogy of remasters, it's going to be so cool to be able to wear Lara's Angel of Darkness outfit while playing The Last Revelation and stuff like that. It's going to be really cool, those little things too. Oh my god, Rod. You gotta love that in games where that happens. Where I had to go through was literally where I was, but I thought I had to go further. Yeah, nah, bro. Actually, it must have been the wind. The wind made me think. The wind made me think that was the way I had to go. The wind's like, nah, trust me, bro. Go this way. How's things going? Yeah, the damn wind. It's like, can't give someone a break. Nah, bro, same old thing, different day. That's fair enough. That's for sure. I know what those days. Pardon me. I know what those days can be like. There's going to be a slight change to my schedule. The weekend that's just gone, I didn't end up doing a stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider, which is currently my weekend game. The remaster of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 comes out on the 14th, but because I want to actually do a stream of it after midnight on the 13th when it becomes available to me, it means that I don't want to just do one stream of Tomb Raider 4 and then on the weekend play something else and then on Monday get back to the remasters. So what I'll do is I'll postpone my Rise of the Tomb Raider streams so that they're not this coming weekend, but the next weekend. And then that way the schedule can fall back into the remasters being Wednesday through to Friday, and then the weekends can be Rise of the Tomb Raider as well. But I'll change the schedule accordingly, which I need to do anyway because of the different dates that the days are now. But yeah, this coming weekend, I won't actually be doing Rise of the Tomb Raider. I'll be doing the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. That way I'll get 3 days worth of the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, doing Last Revelation. And once I've done that, then I can go back to Wednesday to Friday, one game, and then weekends another game. I knew that was going to happen sooner or later. I knew that was what was going to happen, and of course, no, I didn't save it after doing that, did I? No, why would I save? Ah. I seriously need to start saving after every second has passed. I won't though, because that'd be taking it to a very, very extreme level. Sometimes I'll angry save where I'm like, fine, I'll do a jump, then save, then I'll pull a switch, then save. I'll kill an enemy, then save, you know. Hey there, Keone. Welcome to you. Doing some more Tomb Raider 2 today. How's things going with you?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Mm.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay, so that timing actually works out well because finishing that level, I needed to end the stream in about 10 minutes from now. So instead of just doing 10 minutes worth of this level and then ending the stream, I'm just going to end the stream here. And when I come back after my break, we'll continue on. And I don't know if I'm going to finish this game today because there's still a shit ton of levels left. And it's taken me 4 hours to do 3 levels. So I don't know, but we'll just have to wait and see. But in any case, this is where I'm going to call it for this stream. And then after I come back from my break, we'll be able to continue on. Actually, while I've got a little bit of time up my sleeve, just want to change some things with Lara just to have a different image to use when I go live next. Also, something to leave the screen on as well while I do my outro stuff. So before I actually end, I just want to give some shout outs to the following streamers. Would like to highly recommend people check out Chandra Leaf, who's been doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remasters as well. Dr. Ronnie, who is doing his first playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. Lightus, who does a lot of retro games. He's a big fan, especially of the Mortal Kombat series, so does a lot of retro games in that franchise. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden. And Tylian has been doing some Just Chatting streams, but he's also a fan of games like Alan Wake, Control, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order as well. So definitely recommend those streamers if you haven't before. And that's all good for the shout out, Tylian. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Okay, so now for what time I'll be back. So it'll be a long break, so it won't be a 10-minute break. Let me see. Just have to work out based on my current time, which is this at the moment. Alright, so it will be a very long break. It'll be a 1 hour and 40-minute break. So I'll be back in 1 hour and 40 minutes with more Tomb Raider. Definitely understandable if people can't make it to the next stream. Thank you so much for watching this one, though. I really do appreciate it a lot. I hope that everyone has a good one. And I'll be back with more Tomb Raider 2 Remastered after I come back from my break in 1 hour and 40 minutes, which would then take it to 9 p.m. When I actually start. So hope everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.